It's been a tale of two road trips for the Indians. After a tough series in Baltimore, the Tribe swept Tampa Bay, riding their dominant starting pitching. What will Act 3 hold for the Indians now as they move to Pittsburgh to wrap up the trip? Find out next on Sports Time Ohio. Where the Allegheny and the Monongahela meet to form the Ohio River, you'll find Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And today we greet you high atop PNC Park, where the Indians open up a weekend 4th of July series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hi again, everyone. I'm Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. It may not have been exactly what Charles Dickens had in mind when he wrote his great novel, but it has been a tale of two cities for the Indians on this road trip. In Baltimore, nothing went right for the Tribe. They went to St. Petersburg and looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, nothing went wrong. As a matter of fact, the starting pitching was tremendous in that series. They got off and running. They gained 4 games in the standing. After leaving Baltimore, though, it was sad. And the starting pitchers were outstanding. 3 of them went in there with perfect games for at least 5 innings. It was wrapped up by 14 strikeouts by Corey Kluber, and they ended up winning an extra inning. So you look back at where we started, they couldn't score, they couldn't pitch, and then you go to Tampa, they pitched well, they scored, they hit with runners in scoring position, and guess what? You win, you sweep, you win 4 in a row.
It's amazing how that works out, isn't it? So now it's the Indians and the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's Trevor Bauer for the Tribe. Charlie Morton goes for Pittsburgh, and guess what? Even though Bauer's only played 1 game in National League rules, he has as many hits as Charlie Morton of the Buccos. We're back with tonight's first pitch between Cleveland and Pittsburgh right after this. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Tribe, and they lead it 4-2. Strike 3 called. Swing and a miss. Second time through the order. Corey Kluber has been perfect. Deep left field. Gone to Center City. One pitch, and the Indians take the lead. And tonight we greet you from PNC Park in Pittsburgh, where the Indians and the Pirates meet for the first time since 2010 in this ballpark. Pirates have taken the field. Let's take a look at the lineup that Charlie Morton will face tonight for the Buccos. For Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance, Jason Kipnis in the leadoff spot, followed by Francisco Lindor. Michael Brantley has hit an 8 straight. Will hit third. Then it's David Murphy, Brandon Moss, and Yan Gomes. Giovanni Urshela, who's hit an 11 in a row, bats 7th. Michael Bourne 8th. And the pitcher, Trevor Bauer, will bat 9th.
Our Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher is Charlie Morton, making his very first appearance against the Indians in his career. He's having a fine year, 6-1 in his 7 games started, 40 innings pitched. He started the year out on the disabled list with a hip injury. Had hip surgery performed in September, so he's back and pitching very well, and he's pitching very well at home this year. He's 4-0. Let's check out and set the defense behind him, which is brought to you by Chrysler. It looks like this. Marte is in left field, McCutchen is in center, Polanco in right, Harrison third, Mercer is at short, Walker at second, Alvarez at first, Cervelli doing the catching.
Mark Carlson will call the balls and strikes. Angel Hernandez is actually at second base. Adam Hamari is at first, and Trip Gibson is at third. They changed up the umpire order late here in Pittsburgh. Take a look at the Pirates manager, Clint Hurdle. This is a Pirates ball club that the last 2 years, a wild card entry. And he's done a nice job with this group of young players and a couple of veterans sprinkled in. But what the Pirates have been able to do, which is very tricky, is they've weathered some of the free agent defections. You lose a key guy like a Russell Martin, who was a leader and a big part of this ball club. But here are the Pirates again, challenging in the NL Central. Run away, Jason Kipnis, first ball swinging, bounces it to Neil Walker, and that's out number 1. Our window system's game time temperature tonight. .76 degrees. Calm, dead calm. I mean, the flags aren't even moving. We did have a brief rain shower before the ball game tonight, but not even enough to bring out the tarp. Francisco Lindor, switch hitter. He went 5 out of 25 in the series against the Tampa Bay Rays and the Baltimore Orioles.
Morton likes to throw that sinker. He has a curveball as well to go with a change. So if you see a lot of ground balls, that sinker's working.
Lindor's found a way to get himself on base. You saw the batting average only at .226, but he has reached safely in 11 out of 16 games. Down in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pirates starting pitchers have 36 wins. That's second most in the majors.
Trailing who? The St. Louis Cardinals.
Seems like they're trailing them in everything.
Yeah. I mean, they're off to a great year. They're 12 games over the 500 mark, and the Cardinals still with a 6-game lead in that Central Division in the National League. But Buccos are playing very good baseball.
The payoff pitch. And Lindor lines one to center field. McCutchen going back and makes the catch shy of the warning track. 2 down. Let's go down to Andre Knott, who has more on Charlie Morton.
You know, here in Pittsburgh, they call him Ground Chuck because of all the ground balls that he gets. And talking to some of the hitters, they said, look, we got to move him up. Talking to some other people, they said they remind you a little of Charlie Nagy. He'll give up a lot of hits, but when he gets in trouble, the ground ball and the double play works out well for him. So the Indians are going to have to get the ball up and work him throughout the evening.
All right, make him get that sinker up. That's what you do with sinker ballers, and he also has the curveball that's going down as well.
Michael Brantley looks at ball 1 outside, and look, sinker ball pitchers are contact guys. They're not strikeout pitchers, so they're going to give up hits. The idea is that they can't be afraid of pitching to contact. That's when those guys we'll get in trouble.
How about this? The first that we see with Brantley hitting 3 on the right side. I don't see American League teams doing that, but in Pittsburgh, it looks like they're going to try and force him to try and pull the ball. This is the first I remember seeing 3 on the right side for Michael Brantley. And look at this. What do? They get
a bouncer to first. And the Indians go 1-2-3. The Pirates are coming to bat when we come back. Clint Hurdle's starting lineup for the Pirates tonight. Brought to you by Toyota. Josh Harrison in the leadoff spot. Neil Walker is red hot, and he bats second. And Andrew McCutchen, who's hit in 9 straight. Starling Marte, Pedro Alvarez, Francisco Cervelli in the middle third. Gregory Polanco, Jordy Mercer, and the pitcher Charlie Morton bats ninth.
Trevor Bauer's our Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher. He's 6-5. He's lost his last 2 starts. Suffered his second consecutive loss on this road trip in Baltimore. Gave up a couple of home runs in that ball game. That's the first time that Bauer's lost 2 straight this year.
Josh Harrison takes a strike. Harrison bumped up to the leadoff spot last couple of games. He's batting .333 over his last 19 games. Sends one in the air to right. Murphy will make the catch, one away.
Now we can set that Indians defense for you, which is brought to you by Chrysler. In the outfield, it's Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Murphy's in right. Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at second. Moss moves into the infield playing first base, and Gomes will be doing the catches.
Neil Walker has back-to-back 4-hit games. He's also included a couple of homers and 6 runs batted in.
Well, he had one heck of a series against the Tigers that they just finished. 10 for 17, 7 ribbies. So he didn't want to leave Detroit. He wanted to stay right there. The Pirates are home now up into the All-Star break. The Indians will finish this series, and then we'll go home and go into the break. But they're here. The Buccos are here for 10.
Well, and they've played very well here at PNC Park. 10 games over 500, 24-14. The 1-2. Pulled foul into the Indians dugout.
Yeah, both these teams, the Indians against the National League this year, they're 6-3. And the Pirates are 8-4 against the American League. Like I said, coming off that sweep against the Tigers was a big series for them. They have 9 series sweeps this year, which leads all of baseball.
Wow, Bauer thought he had strike 3, didn't get the call from Mark Carlson.
Take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. Here's the curveball outside part of the plate. Pretty good pitch. But you see that umpire sitting on the inside part of the plate. So he's pretty much guessing away. We'll see if it stays like that the rest of the night.
Two is foul up the right side. Two balls, two strikes, the count for Walker. Bauer deals, and a ground ball to Brandon Moss, who will flip it to the pitcher covering for out number 2.
He brought that breaking ball in a little bit more to the plate, didn't he?
Let's get our keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Continue the starting trend for Trevor Bauer. Starting pitching last 4 nights has been incredible. And, hey, the offense supported the pitching staff in a 4-game streak for Tampa.
If they play a series like they played in Tampa, they will continue to win. It's plain and simple. They pitched well. They hit well. They got some timely hits, and it was a fun series to watch, especially coming off the one when we left Baltimore. That was about as low as you could go.
Yeah, it's truly the perfect formula for success, what the Indians were able to do against the Rays. Andrew McCutchen with a 9-game hitting streak takes high 2-0. A 4-time National League All-Star. 2 years ago, the league's most valuable player. He's won 3 Silver Sluggers. In fact, the last 3. Swing and a miss, 2-1. He was the Pirates' first-round pick in 2005, the 11th overall selection. Hard to think there were 10 better.
I was going to say, boy, did they make the right pick.
Our Levin Furniture player profile showing you a rundown on McCutchen. One-hop smash to short. Lindor will throw him out. Pirates go 1-2-3. We are scoreless after an inning. Here in Pittsburgh. Second inning. For the Tribe, it will be 4, 5, and 6 due up. David Murphy, Brandon Moss, and Yan Gomes. Up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Rain falling a little heavier now as some folks are headed for cover.
Yeah, you don't blame them. You can see we're up pretty high from our vantage point. We can see all the fans scrambling from every level.
I saw the grounds crew chief talking to the umpire before the ball game, and this is one of those situations where you have to work off what the forecasters are telling you, because neither team wants to start a game if they know there's going to be a delay early, because then you run the risk of losing your starter after maybe only an inning or two, and then you're into your bullpen. And
that's what happened to Morton in his last start. He ended up pitching and had a little rain delay and had to come back.
David Murphy with a line drive base hit in the right field, and the Indians have their leadoff man aboard here in the second.
Well, David Murphy likes a low pitch. He's a good low ball hitter and gets the first hit of the ball game. Take a peek at it. But that one stayed up. That was a sinker that stayed up, and David took advantage of it. So he continues to swing a hot bat.
It's going to bring up Brandon Moss. You may have noticed that Moss not in his usual spot of right field. He's at first base tonight. And he swings and drives one to left field. Back goes Marte. Still going back. He's on the wall. He's at the leaps up, and it is gone. He tried to deke everybody.
Well, he did. He thought he might have had it in his glove, but it looked like it was 2 or 3 rows deep. And boy, going the other, that's a good sign for Brandon Moss. Left field, home run, and deep. So the Indians play from in front. They hit a 2-run homer, not a solo homer. 68th home run by the Tribe. And he dropped. Look at, there's a pitch upstairs. Moss stayed on it beautifully and takes it the other way. For Brandon, his 14th homer, give him RBIs 43 and 44.
Look how close he came to catching that ball. I'm not sure who got it. He almost went up into the seats after it. So it's the Tribe fan that caught it. Well done, young man.
No
well done.
kidding.
So Brandon Moss finally has some luck go his way for a change.
That's right.
His 14th home run on the year. And for Moss, 12 of the 14 have been on the road.
The 4th home run given up by Morton, too. We told you a single ball pitcher, but the hit that Murphy got was elevated, and that home run certainly was.
Down and in to Yan Gomes. I think one of the reasons the umpires are going to let him play through this type of rain is because the forecast doesn't get any better. So their only shot is to try to play through this for as long as they can.
Huh.
Bang, foul, third base side. Last I checked, it looks like the later we go into the night, the worse it gets.
Okay, I told you, I looked behind us over here before the game started. It didn't look very good.
Now, how long they can play?
But you know what? This has followed us all spring long. Up until this point, no matter where we go, we've had wet weather, rain, everywhere. We were safe down in Tampa. We had the dome. Is that Andre the Giant? There he is.
Where's your umbrella?
he's ignoring us.
There is no cover. Yan Gomes smokes it, foul down the left field line.
Andre, come on up. We have a seat for you up here, big boy. Come on. Come on. We're up in the heavens up here. Come join us.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. And a foul by Gomes. This has not been historically a great place for the Indians to play baseball. It's not quite the Three Rivers jinx that the Cleveland Browns endured, where they didn't win for 16 years. But the Indians have never won a series in this ballpark. As Gomes goes down swinging. First out here in the second inning. This is our great clip of the game from yesterday. Mike Aviles won it with the extra inning home run. He said, hey, after Kluber went out and punched out the side, I just went out there looking for something. Early in the count, I wanted to get a good swing, try to get on base, start a rally, and they said, I got enough of it to drive it out of there.
Well, he hung him. He threw him a get-me-over breaking ball that he left upstairs, and Mike Aviles put a good swing on it. And, boy, that was a welcome sight where you don't have to bunt him over, get him in. It was one swing, and you have your run.
Foul third base side.
And then you turn it over to Cody Allen, let him go strike out the side, and it's time to move on. But they have 19 strikeouts yesterday in that ball game against Ray hitters.
Well, and as Kevin Cash said afterwards, the manager of Tampa Bay, he was asked, I think, more along the lines about his club. He said it really didn't have as much to do with his hitters as it did with the Indians pitchers. He said, Corey Kluber was a Cy Young Award winner last year for a reason.
Look out on the board now. They have 2 runs in the first inning in New York. Tampa does. So, yeah. What's that tell you? The pitching was. We may not see a series pitched that well in any 4-game series in a long, long time.
We pointed it out. Tampa doesn't have a juggernaut lineup, but the Indians pitching was exceptional in that series.
Yeah, they're major league hitters. They can hurt you. Period.
Meanwhile, mentioned before, the Indians, they've never won a series here at PNC Park. They've won a few games, 3 to be exact. But the Pirates have gone 9-3 in the 12 games played in this park since the Indians' first trip here in 2001.
Peter Bauer got the hit, batting gloves on, helmet. He wants to hit. Still a couple hitters away.
Giovanni Urshela with another good at bat, and he's had a bunch of them during his 11-game hitting streak. The payoff pitch pulls it foul.
Yeah, the amazing thing about his 11-game hitting streak, just 1 hit in every game, and that is it. And Rocky Colavito did that many years ago.
I think it was 1958.
Yeah, many years ago.
That hit off of his foot, foul ball. Meantime, the rain continues to fall. Brandon Moss with a 2-run homer here to start this second inning. Giovanni Urshela, in addition to his 11-game hitting streak, he's reached base safely in his last 19 games. Ripped foul, right side upper deck.
Well, and just from watching him over there, he looks very comfortable at third base as well. You know, a position that can be tough, but Urshela, they knew that when he came up that defensively he should be ready.
Wow, another foul back.
This is the part that was the question mark, was the hitting. So, you know, he's held his own, and I'm sure the more he stays up here, the scouts will get to see him and they'll make a scouting report and try to pitch to it and make adjustments. But he's been fine.
Hard hit ball to Harrison at third, bobbled it briefly, able to recover 2 down. It's going to bring up Michael Bourne. Bourne sat out yesterday, serving his 1-game suspension. He did have his appeal. It was done via video hookup. Terry Francona really wasn't sure what the outcome was going to be necessarily. Bourne just didn't feel like, A, I should have been thrown out of the game, and B, I shouldn't have been suspended for a game. He said, I never said anything ugly or derogatory to the umpire. Swing and a miss. And it's quickly 0-2. But he sat out yesterday, so it's done. It's over. 2-strike pitch. In the dirt. Now the 1-2. Missed inside.
Bourne has a history against Morton, 7 for 20 in his career. They went from 0-2 to 3-2 quickly.
And a ball 4
You know,
for Michael Bourne.
that is a good at bat, because what happens with 2 outs and you take that walk, you get the pitcher up and you get him out where you can, whether he does something here or not, at least he doesn't have to come and lead the inning off.
Well, Trevor Bauer, I told you earlier, he has as many hits as Charlie Morton does, and Morton plays in the National League. And the Indians visited Wrigley Field in Chicago. He took a healthy cut, wrapped a single into center field.
Remember about that at bat, his first major league hit. He fell behind 3-0. He took to 3-1 to 3-2, and it's the same pitch 3 times, and he was able to catch up to one and finally get the base hit, which was great because he took no batting practice or anything like that.
Well, half swing there.
Yeah, you guess now.
Quickly 0-1. Let's go down to Andre.
The confidence has changed for Trevor Bauer. He told me earlier today he plans on getting 3 hits, and he laughed and says, "No, actually, I may do the one of my teammates' batting stances if I can stay in long enough." But Terry Francona told me, he goes, "Look, you better hold the bat and act like he did when he was in Chicago. I don't want to see anything extra."
Right.
Well, he was imitating Mike Aviles awfully well in the dugout down in Tampa.
There's his Kipnis. He just did the Kipnis.
Yeah, he did Kipnis. I saw it. That swing's not like Kipnis's.
There's a little bit to be desired, huh?
Yeah, just do your thing. He knew a fastball was coming. You could throw him a breaking ball now, and he may screw himself into the batter's box.
Little topper. He'll force the pitcher to throw him out, and he does. Brandon Moss with a big fly. Oppo, and the Indians lead it 2-0. Ready for baseball anytime soon, because the grounds crew is feverishly working on the pitcher's mound, and with the rain falling, and it's been falling at a pretty good clip, Trevor Bauer still hasn't even made a warm-up pitch yet. They're working on the mound.
Yeah,
now they're going to home plate to work there.
That's okay. It's been, and the groundskeeper was out there.
It was about 10 years ago. We came to Pittsburgh and played a series where it rained like this for all 9 innings.
Yeah.
And by the time that we got through 9 innings, we had a tie game. There were puddles all over the infield. Then they put the tarp on the field. We waited for another hour, pulled the tarp off, got the field ready, ended up playing 15 innings.
Don't bring back nightmares. So that was a nightmare.
That's what this is starting to remind me of.
Oh, my goodness, I know it. Live Indians baseball is back in 2015 with the MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. Stay connected with live radio broadcasts, stats, breaking news, and more Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
In the bottom of the second inning, it'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for Pittsburgh. Starling Marte, Pedro Alvarez, and Francisco Cervelli. With Bauer making his warm-up tosses now. He came out through, I think, 1 or 2 pitches.
Yeah, so he didn't like his landing.
Felt his foot slip.
Yep. Let's go. Well, they have that drying agent that goes out there and it doesn't take them long. And you get solid footing. It sucks up all that water, that's moisture that's there. Well, he'll get his warm-ups. Here we go. We'll get back to it. If they have to do that every inning, that's fine because it is still raining a little bit out there. You just wonder how much the infield can take.
You wouldn't think a little bit of rain would be that big of a deal. But when you're talking about guys who are throwing 90-plus miles an hour and putting the kind of torque that they do on their arm, the slightest little slip of that landing foot could cause a chain reaction that could be pretty bad for a pitcher.
And the grass is wet, and a ground ball goes to the infielders. They have the same thing. You pick up a ball that has moisture on it, the outfield, and it's tough to throw.
Starling Marte riding an 8-game hitting streak. And a swing and a miss.
Even though Trevor Bauer lost his last start, he still has a 1.69 ERA on the road. His record is 4-2. 3 out of his last 4 starts have been tough. You mix in that one against the Cubs where he went 7 innings, allowed 4 hits and no runs. And that was the good one.
Marte just 26 years old. Swung on and missed. Chase one on the dirt.
Got him.
And Gomes tags him out. 1 away. First strikeout for Bauer.
Make this our Circle K strikeout of the day. Curveball going down and into the dirt. Gomes blocks it, picks it, and tags it. It's out #1.
Brings up Pedro Alvarez. Big bouncer to first. It goes to the wicket to Moss. Now Kipnis' long throw to Bauer. It's in time. 2 away.
That's a heads-up play by Bauer.
Now, will that be scored 3-4-1?
Yeah, I think so.
Did Moss get a piece of it?
He sure did. I'm thinking it's 3-4-1, but that's the first time he's been in here. So, yeah, it hit his glove. It deflected. That slowed it down for Kipnis. Stay low, my friend. And he throws it to Bauer. 3-4-1.
It's got to be. They don't give him credit, but I think it has to be. He has to get an assist, doesn't he? He redirected it.
Well, it's been a while. Look at it. Kipnis is laughing at him, and he's hooting on him a little bit and having some fun. It's been a while since Brandon's been in there at first base, so that's the nice way to do it. At least you didn't make an error on it. They get the out, and you don't have to feel bad about it. You can smile.
Francisco Cervelli takes a strike. Well, Moss is in there at first, and because you don't have a designated hitter spot, Santana ends up on the bench tonight.
And so far, right call, because what is Moss doing his first at bat? Hits a 2-run homer.
Cervelli just missed a ball down the line. It was kind of a floater, but if that lands fair, he's got a chance for extra bases.
My scouting report on that ball girl, she's 2 for 2. She made a nice backhand play in the first inning. She makes a nice play there, so she's pretty good.
Try the other line. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
you can't get one by her.
Nope, can't get it by her. The fans down there love her because she catches it and gives it right to them.
Pitch almost to the backstop. Actually ended up going to the backstop after it glanced off the glove of Gomes. You notice Francisco Cervelli on his left elbow. He wears that It's not a huge pad, but it's a little bit of a protective device. And where did he get hit by a pitch yesterday in Detroit? Right on that pad.
And that was from the big reliever, wasn't it? The one that throws 98.
I'm trying to remember who it was.
Rondon.
Was that who it was that hit him?
I think he hit him, and it was about a 97, 98.
I mean, it was
so
like,
even if you had the padding on there,
it was like it was a bullseye mark,
yeah.
and he just, and Cervelli just sort of stood there at the plate laughing because he was thinking to himself, of all places, you had to hit me right there, where it already hurts. The 2-2. Strike 3 called. Trevor Bauer, 6 up, 6 down. He has struck out a pair. And after 2 innings of play in Pittsburgh, it's the Indians 2 and the Pirates nothing.
Dog night. The Indians will host Oakland. That'll take place Friday, July 10th. Visit Indians.com for your tickets.
Jason Kipnis will lead off the 3rd inning for Cleveland. Top of the order for the Tribe here. And he takes a strike.
Got up there the first time, swung at pitch number 1, so he's going to be a little more patient this time.
Well, he rolls one to second, and his counterpart throws it out, one away. Take a look at the injury report brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. George Springer, we saw this yesterday when we were flying out of Tampa. I think he got hit by a pitch, and he's on the DL.
On the wrist.
I think I saw 4, maybe 6
4 to 6
weeks.
Yeah, I think he fractured something in there, so it is a 4 to 6 week time. Yeah.
But what a story the Astros have been. Can they weather losing Springer, who's such an exciting young player? 47 and 34 for Houston, coming into today with a 4-game win streak in tow.
Best record in the American League and second best in baseball behind the Cardinals.
Lindor smashes one to first, but Alvarez makes a stop, 2 down. Well, Rick, we always like to look back at trades, give them some time, kind of like wine, let them age a little bit, see how they look on down the road. This turned out to be a pretty good deal for Pittsburgh. They traded Nate McLeod, who was a good young outfielder at the time, to Atlanta. In exchange, they get Charlie Morton, they get Jeff Locke, who's also in the starting rotation, and Gorkas Hernandez, who's on the club. So they get 3 players in that deal. They're all on their 25-man roster.
Right.
2 of them are in their starting rotation.
Yeah.
Not bad.
One that's not talked about, or you don't hear it revisited.
Yeah.
At least in baseball circles. I'm sure when they play Atlanta or something.
It's not a blockbuster trade. I'm not saying that it is, but that's one that where if you're the GM, if you're Neil Huntington, you say, whew.
Nice
like
deal.
the way that one turned out.
Yeah. Understandable. It takes a while, but when you can have, you're right. And McLeod is no longer around Atlanta. He's been long gone, right?
Yeah,
I don't even know where he is.
Not 100% sure he's still playing. Brantley a ground out his first time up. Michael has hit in 8 straight games. Rain has stopped. It was coming down pretty good there during that second inning when Moss hit his 2-run homer. Even the Pirate Parrot has donned his rain gear. Usually you'll see Slider make the trek over. I'm not sure if he's in the...
Maybe here tomorrow for the weekend.
Close pitch, just missing. Pirate fans wanted it. Michael Brantley gets a free pass with 2 outs here in the third, and it will bring up David Murphy.
David Murphy.
Looks like a sellout crowd here in Pittsburgh. There will be plenty of Indians fans heard, though, throughout the game. We saw lots of red, white, and blue walking around town, and it had nothing to do with the 4th of July weekend.
Yes, that's true. Maybe the barbershop quartet, though, that was wearing the red, white, blue.
They should invite those guys down to do the national anthem.
Yeah, and yeah, that's right. 7th inning stretch. No convention in town.
Big competition.
You were asked to join one of the gentlemen today in the,
it's a little strange.
In the elevator, wasn't
it? Strange, yeah.
Hey, you want to hook up and sing a little?
I politely declined.
Hey, pal, have you heard my voice?
David Murphy, a base hit that led off the second inning, and then he scored ahead of the Brandon Moss homer. Chopped up the middle. And Murphy retired to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's the Indians 2 and the Pirates nothing. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Oh, she's got a big boy at Miller Lite. 2-0 Indians lead at bottom of the third, bottom third of the order, due up for Pittsburgh. Gregory Polanco, Jordy Mercer, and then the pitcher, Charlie Morton. Polanco trying to bunt, but he never got the ball in fair territory. Polanco spent 5 years in the minor leagues before finally getting his opportunity with the Buccos last year. And in 89 games, he hit just .235, but he clobbered 7 homers, drove in 33. He's a big young man at 6'5", 220 pounds, and he doesn't turn 24 until the end of the season. Pops this one sky high. Third baseman Giovanni Urshela. One away. Our stat of the game is brought to you by Buick, and if you look back at this series, just since 2000, dead even at 12-12.
Look at that, 105 runs apiece.
Well, there were only a few games played before that. I think the first time they played was '97. And the Pirates have a slight all-time edge, 17 wins, 16 wins for Cleveland all time. Jordy Mercer. He's riding an 8-game hitting streak coming in.
Yeah, he's been swinging the bat very well. .405, 6 doubles in his last 10 games, 6 multi-hit efforts. That's pretty good. Then coming from the number 8 hole when you have the pitcher hitting behind him.
Right back to Bauer. 2 down. And that will bring up his counterpart, Charlie Morton. Morton has not been much of a hitter this year. He's 1 for 11, and he has struck out 5 times.
You know, if you're a pitcher in the National League, and these guys do take batting practice every day, just like the everyday players. The one thing you have to know how to do is bunt, because if anybody happens to get on, you can help yourself. You can help your own game by moving a runner along and giving a guy an opportunity. If you can't hit and you can't bunt, then you could leave a lot of games earlier.
Charlie's best year at the plate was 2 seasons ago when he went 5 for 36. He is a career, now this is coming into this year, career .088 hitter. That's .080.
That's why I like the DH. Don't like to see pitchers hit. There are a couple that can. Don't misunderstand.
But they're the exception to the rule.
Yeah, they are.
I'll tell you one guy who could hit is a guy down a couple of booths down. Actually, he's right next door to us. No, Jim. No, Bob Walk. Yeah, he can handle the bat.
Well, I remember they had, yes. I'm dating myself here. Rick Rhoden, who was one of the better hitting pitchers in all of baseball ever,
and became a great golfer.
Yes,
Rick Rhoden on that. What was that? The senior
Athletes tour.
Yeah.
He did make a couple appearances there. Yeah.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Bauer strikes him out. And the Pirates go 1-2-3. 9 up, 9 down. First time through the order for Trevor Bauer. He has struck out 3, and the Indians lead it 2-0. Indians lead it. 4th inning. Brandon Moss to lead it off. Homered his first time up. Takes a called strike.
Now, where does he come after? He threw him that pitch up and out over the plate, and he took to left field. He's come back inside with pitch number 1.
Moss wants the bunt to try to beat the shift. But like Carlos Santana recently, instead of just putting the bunt down, he tried to whack at it like he wanted a base hit down the line.
No, like he wanted a double down the line. Yeah, you see, you can't. That's the old butcher boy right there. But if you're standing still and you do it like you're going to fake bunt and you come back and you just give him a short swing over, it's different. But his body was moving, and it's almost impossible to hit that ball fair when you're moving and you're on the run. He just hit a homer.
Oh, he hit him? He sure did.
Yeah, I got him.
So on an 0-2 pitch, Charlie Morton hits Brandon Moss, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard. Take another look at this.
That's one, that slider, breaking ball down. He couldn't get out of the way. He came up and the ball bounced first before it got him in the shin. Got him on the right shin, and he'll take his base. Morton was not trying to do that when he had him down 0-2.
And Yan Gomes will be the batter who struck out his first time up.
I think he heard the advertisement running in between innings that if the Pirates turn a double play this inning, everybody in attendance will get a Chick-fil-A sandwich tomorrow. And they all started clapping. So if that should happen this inning, you'll hear the crowd go crazy.
Well, he's a guy that certainly can induce a lot of double play balls.
Yeah, ground chuck, as Andre told us to begin the game. You love the ground ball pitchers. And, you know, they're one pitch away from turning 2 and getting out of innings. That's why you can live with those guys giving up hits. How about Alfredo Simon in that series, what he did against the Pirates? Here, gave up 15 hits.
Oh, yeah.
In that one game.
And nobody's going to get to that one. And that was only in about 5 and
yeah,
5 and 2/3 innings.
You're right. I think they ended up with 21 hits in the ball game.
Pedro Alvarez gave it a game effort but couldn't get to it. Alvarez, you may recall when the Pirates came to Cleveland and he had that big series swinging the bat. He was the third baseman then, but now playing over at first. Essentially because of his own defensive liabilities.
Yeah, I think he had the thing, throwing the ball over to first base, and they couldn't live with it.
And the emergence of Josh Harrison made that an easy move.
Which they could play anywhere. They could play that kid. He's like our Micah Vilas, but he can play anywhere. He's very good at third, too.
Now the 2-2. Gomes shoots it out of play to the right. Hard to think of, and I'm sure we can, but to find a better, more athletic outfield than the one the Pirates put out there on a daily basis.
They're about as solid. They all can run. They all have pretty good throwing arms. I think you talk to them about it, they'll boast that we have the best outfield. Tough to argue with them.
Kansas City would certainly be comparable.
Yes, there's no question. In our league, that's right. When you have Kane in center, Rios or Dyson in right, and you've got Gordon. Yes, no question. Can't leave those boys up. But they're about as good as they get.
As we saw earlier, Marte almost leaped into the crowd, and
he had it timed perfectly.
He sure did. Moss's home run ball. You know McCutchen. He's an all-world type player in center field, and Polanco. He's maybe the most unheralded of the 3 outfielders, but as a young player, he can go get him as well. 2-2 pitch. Gomes pulls it fair down the third baseline. Moss hits second. He'll make it to third. Ball kicked off the sidewalk. And now it's going to be a close play at second base. And he is out. Gomes unwisely challenged the arm of Marte. And Starling Marte threw him out. One down.
And did you see how he threw that ball? And he came right in it. Yeah, he barehanded it and just made an accurate throw to second base. It wasn't a far toss, but he played the carom off the seats down there in left field. Watch it bounce straight out, and he knows that when he runs right to it, gets the glove on it, and he sort of just flipped it in and got it to him in a hurry. They may want to look at that one. That was
thinking
close.
the same thing. I think they did take a look at it.
Okay.
Terry Francona was on the top step when he went back down below.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, he came off the bag. That's exactly what it was.
Yep, he came. We saw the same thing.
And Angel Hernandez pointed to it. In tight to Giovanni Urshela with one out and a runner at third. The Pirates bring the infield in.
Big at bat right here. Be patient. He's going to try and stay in on you. He's not going to give you a lot of swinging room. He doesn't want you to hit a fly ball.
Rain falling once again. It had stopped, but it's back again.
Right here, a big situation. You already have the 2-0 lead. One more, you add on. Because they could walk Bourne, who's on deck, if they could get this out.
2 balls and a strike for Urshela, who had a very good at bat.
Yes, he
his
did.
first time up, but he ended up grounding out to third.
He had a very good at bat.
Now we got trouble with the baseballs. Not enough dry ones, evidently.
Well, you can see why. The bat boy's throwing him on the ground.
On that figure, he gets a whole new batch, and a couple of them end up on the ground.
Bring the bag out there. Unless he's calling for something out on the mound.
New rosin.
Bag.
New one.
Yeah, okay.
Be a dry one.
I got you. There you go.
Infield in with 1 out. And Urshela on the 2-1 pitch takes low. 3 balls and a strike.
Boy, now you get very, very disciplined here. Just look for a ball in your spot. If you don't get it, take it. Had one to get. Fouled it off.
Rick, this is already going to be, though, the 75th pitch of the night for Charlie Morton. He's thrown 44 of them for strikes, but
they fouled off a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
That's a good at bat.
Urshela will go to first. Indians at the corners with 1 out. Michael Bourne will be the batter with the pitcher on deck.
Well,
so this becomes a huge at bat for Charlie Morton, because if he can strike out Bourne, then he feels like he's got a great chance to get out of it.
He could get the double play ball too. Is what he's going to be looking for. But Bourne, as I mentioned, Michael had a good at bat. He walked with 2 outs to bring up Trevor Bauer back in the second inning. Bourne just with this outfield, if he hits it to left, I don't know if he can drive it deep enough to score Moss.
Got a pitch to pull, but maybe a little anxious, and he chopped it foul.
That's what he did in his first at bat. He was able to get ahead of Michael. But Bourne fought back and got the walk.
The 0-1. Down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. This down low again, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, let's look ahead and say, let's say, for example, he walks him here. You still have Bauer coming up. Although there's no room for error, he could go for the strikeout, but then you'd still have to face Kipnis with the bases loaded. But he wants to get him right here.
Bourne rips it into right field, a base hit. That's going to score Moss. 3-0 Cleveland. Urshela on his way to third. He'll make it in with an RBI double as Michael Bourne. It's his 9th double of the year, his 15th RBI. And the Indians up 3-0 here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, this is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. He did a nice job of staying back and pulling the baseball. You see, that ball was down and in, and he got it by Alvarez at first base, and Urshela is able to get to third base because it's down in the corner. It wasn't right at Polanco in right. Bourne gets himself into second. That's a double, an RBI, and a huge hit right there.
Yeah, he's able to get to third base even though he had to go back.
Right.
So he wasn't decapitated by that line drive.
Well, and it takes a double play out. You're rolling the lineup over. You're going to take time out. They're going to try and get their bullpen going, I'm sure.
Pitching coach going to go out here.
Ray Searage. Even though Gomes was thrown out, that hit right there for Bourne picked it up. Made it an inning where they can at least get one more, if not more.
First RBI, I'm told, for Michael Bourne since May 31st.
Wow, he had the month of June off, huh? Well, turn the page. We're in July. There it is. He was on base twice tonight. Walked the first at bat. RBI double in that one.
Well, here's Trevor Bauer now trying to help his own cause, as they say. Infield in. Ground ball up the middle. Cut off. And Bauer is thrown out.
He put it in play. He gave it a whirl.
Now there's a situation where Urshela, I think you'd rather trade the out at first than get him thrown out at the plate, because now with 2 outs and your best hitter and one of the best hitters in the league all season long, he gets a hit and you get 2 runs.
You don't want Bauer on base anyway. You're pitching. You know what? Go back in. You make the ball go through. You're right. You don't push anything.
Now Kipnis, who twice has grounded out to second base. But he's become not only a run scoring machine, but he's been a bit of an RBI man lately. He's hitting .345 now with runners in scoring position, which is almost equal to his season average.
Remember what he did in Tampa. He had a 2-out single and drove in a run, and he had the 2-out home run in that same game to drive in a pair. So 2-out base hits go a long way.
Well, 2 on, 2 out here in the 4th, with the Indians up 2-0 or 3-0. Rain is stopped again. Broke his bat, and for the 3rd time he rolls one to the second baseman. But the Indians find a way to scratch out another run. Michael Bourne this time delivers with the RBI. 3-0 Tribe, middle of the 4th. Time Ohio and Fox Sports Ohio. The Indians take on the Pirates at 1:30, then turn over to Fox for the Women's World Cup Final. Coverage begins there at 5 Eastern, only on your local Fox station and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Let's go down to Andre.
Talked a lot today to Terry Francona about Trevor Bauer and maturity. And if you remember a start ago, we were talking about walks, guys. And I know, Rick, you came right back to me on this, and you said, look, he can be okay with walks, but they're not okay because you turn over the lineup and you get the big hitters up again. I talked to Terry about that today, and he goes, look, Trevor has matured in a lot of different ways over the last year. And he goes, and he says some things to you, Andre, that he probably gets him in trouble and he shouldn't say. But he said, you know what, though? He goes, he can understand what Trevor was trying to say. And he goes, and it's something they're working with him with. He goes, yeah, sometimes you should walk a guy or if you're not getting the pitches you want over. He goes, but sometimes you got to attack guys and you got to forget about being perfect. He goes, and that's something they've had to work with Trevor a lot with. Is, look, everything's not going to be perfect every time you go out. Sometimes you just got to go out and work with what you have. And I think that's something he's getting better with. The other thing he's getting better with, and I think you guys have noticed this, he used to be a guy that was kind of standoffish by himself. Over the last month or so, though, he's starting to get a really good relationship with Danny Salazar, and he's starting to lighten up a little bit, and that's something else that the pitching staff and the coaches have picked up on that they like about Trevor Bauer right now.
It's called finding a place where you feel like you belong. He feels like he fits in now, and I think that's why he's comfortable.
Well, and another thing we forget, Andre, he's only 24 years old, so he is going to learn every time he goes out there and starts. You can't expect a young kid to know everything, and he may think walks are okay, and they are. But you know what? When you're facing a good hitting ball club, he'll find out. He's done a nice job. He continues to do it. I like his style, and he's going to be a good pitcher for a long time.
Oh, that pitch sailed up high. Ball one to Josh Harrison, who flied to right his first and only time up.
Watch him do a little shake in there. He thought it was. Ooh, that was head high.
Breaking ball over the plate for a strike to even the count.
And as most hitters do, they take that next pitch.
Josh Harrison has developed into a pretty solid player for the Pirates out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Went to Princeton High School. And this is another one of those trades that, you look back on, it seems like an absolute theft. They got him from the Cubs for Tom Gorzolani and John Graybo.
Well, Gorzolani now is with Detroit.
Popped up, shallow right. Murphy calls off Kipnis for out number one. And it will bring up Neil Walker. Walker's the hometown kid. Born and raised right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So, he's a kid who, when he was, he would have been 7 years old when the Pirates went to the NLCS in 1992. That was the last time they made the playoffs until a couple of years ago. So, his formative years growing up here in Pittsburgh, the Pirates were not good. And so for him, it's a personal thing. To be part of the team that brought the playoffs back to Pittsburgh has been extra special for him. Well, you can understand why.
How cool would that be? You grow up in your town and you're able to play, in your big league ballpark and be a really good player doing it.
It's like a dream come true.
Yeah,
exactly.
Really. How good they were when he was growing up, and he's saying, "Hey, I've had something to turn this franchise around." Yeah, you're living at home.
You might have faced his dad.
Yeah, his dad was a pitcher, right?
Montreal, Detroit, St. Louis, and California from 72 to 77.
Okay.
Mostly a relief pitcher.
He was here today, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
They had about, I'd say, 8 to 10 fathers out there throwing out the first pitch, which is something really cool that the Pirates do. They took all their dads to Detroit, so that it's a bonding experience where the fathers and sons get together. And there must have been, I'd say, 10 fathers throw out the first pitch, and that was really cool.
Josh Harrison's dad, Andrew McCutcheon's dad. Neil Walker's dad.
Yeah.
Pitcher Garrett Cole, his father's from California, was here. 2-2 line drive, base hit in the right field. First hit of the game. And the Pirates have their first base runner with 1 out in the 4th inning.
Well, it doesn't surprise you that he gets it. He's been as hot as you can be. He put a nice swing on this. I don't know if it was a slider or was it a little change-up down. He stayed back nicely on it, hit it into right field. I think that was a change-up down.
So 1 on, 1 out for Andrew McCutchen. At the knees, a strike. When McCutchen won the MVP in 2013, he received 28 out of the 30 first place votes.
Yeah, you watch this guy hit. He coils like a snake, and then just all of a sudden, watch, he sits up there and relaxes the hands. And then just all of a sudden, he is quick. I mean, quick inside.
Ooh. That's hit a long way. Deep center. Back goes Bourne. He's out of room. It's out of here.
Like I said, he's quick inside.
That ties the game. Andrew McCutchen's 10th home run of the year. He now has a 10-game hitting streak. RBIs number 48 and 49. And we're even at 2 in the 4th. Or rather, I beg your pardon, Indians had taken the lead, so it's a 3-2 Indians lead. But boy, that ball shot out of here, and that's the biggest part of the ballpark, essentially.
Well, you see, he stayed inside it, and he has some very quick hands. Look at the reaction. It's another fastball, and he knew he hit it good enough. As Bourne goes back straight away, and it's into the seat. So, number 10 for McCutchen. He has 49 ribbies now.
And a play to the right.
Bauer gave up a couple of home runs in his last start in Baltimore.
Line drive caught by Kipnis, 2 down. So 3-2, the Indians on top. And the batter will be Pedro Alvarez, who is 0 for 1. And a smash caught by Lindor on one hop, spins around and throws it out to end the inning. But Andrew McCutchen tees off and sends one out of here to straightaway center field. Gets the Pirates on the board, but the Indians maintain a 1-run lead. Dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. Andrew McCutchen has the Pirates on the board. Almost didn't recognize him when he first got here.
Exactly.
He shaved off his trademark dreadlocks back in spring training. At the time, he said, no big reason really, just time for a change. But then it was revealed that he did it for charity and raised a lot of money in the process. Francisco Lindor. I'm sure there were a lot of Pirate fans that were probably aghast at first, thinking, I hope this isn't like Samson.
Well, he got off to a slow start this year.
That's true, yeah.
And I saw him in the dugout one time, lay down and ritualized his jersey or something. He was laying down and he was off to a bad start. It was a long time ago in April.
He's got a lot of confidence in his abilities, though, and that cream rises to the top, as they say. Francisco Lindor lines one right at Neil Walker, one away. Now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag STODataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Andre, when did you shave off your dreadlocks?
It's been about 15 years. I think I might grow them back to stay dry. But it's funny you bring up McCutchen, because I remember watching the news, and one night they asked him about his situation when he was struggling in April. And he goes, look, you guys are going to stop asking me about this, because in a couple months when I get out of this thing, I'm going to be fine. Yeah. You look up at it, he's got 10 home runs. He's at 290. He was exactly right.
Yeah, did you see that part where he was in the dugout and laid on the dugout floor?
I did. I might do that if it keeps raining down here in a little while.
Wow, big hop, snared by Pedro Alvarez to take a hit away from Brantley, 2 down. Andre, what if any effect has the rain had on the field conditions to this point?
That's a great question. The only places that they've really worried about so far has been the pitching mound, because both of these pitchers are so different. Trevor Bauer, not that tall. His landing spot's a little shorter than when Morton's going at. So there's been a hole that they've had to deal with that. Otherwise, I got to tell you guys, this field has taken water pretty well. Now, I did hear your story about 10 years ago. That scared me.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to. Yes.
We don't want to revisit that.
Yeah, don't bring that up anymore, please.
It was a nightmare.
Well, here's David Murphy, 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the second, grounded out his last time up. And a little number off the end of the bat. Morton throws it out. Indians go 1-2-3 for the first time since the first inning. 3-2 Cleveland, middle of the fifth. Indians with a 3-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Pittsburgh, PNC Park. Tribe's first visit here since 2010. Jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Andrew McCutchen's 2-run homer sliced the gap to a single run in the 4th. Now here in inning 5, Francisco Cervelli, Gregory Polanco, and Jordy Mercer due up. Light rain, very light rain falling here at Pittsburgh. It's been raining off and on, mostly on from the outset. And the pitch down low, ball 1. Cervelli out on strikes in the 2nd inning. Grounds at the short. Lindor with a fairly routine play throws him out. Our in-game recap brought to you by your Toyota dealers. Brandon Moss in the 2nd, an opposite field 2-run homer. And in the 4th, it was Michael Bourne with an RBI single that brought home Brandon Moss, who was hit by a pitch, make it 3-0. And then in the 4th, Andrew McCutchen's 2-run homer closed it to a 1-run game. Gregory Polanco fouled out his only time up in the 3rd. And takes a called strike. Up and away.
Just 54 pitches. Nice changeup.
Off the end of the bat. And Bourne runs it down 2 away.
Well, grab a Carlos Santana bobblehead. The Indians will host the Houston Astros at Progressive Field Wednesday, July 8th. 10,000 fans will get the bobblehead. You can visit Indians.com for your tickets.
Jordy Mercer out of Oklahoma State, a 3-time All Big 12 selection when he was in college. Pirates made him their 3rd-round pick back in 08.
This is where Bauer wants to retire Mercer, hitting in that number 8 hole with the pitcher on deck, so you can get that pitcher leading off the next inning. And 3 straight balls.
Rain starting to pick up once again in intensity.
We ought to just let Andre tell us how hard it's raining.
He's got a better idea than we do.
Yes, he sure does.
Ground ball to 3rd. Giovanni Urshela.
You like that.
Throws him out. And Bauer sets him down 1, 2, 3. 5 complete. Indians lead it by a run. Plate to lead off the 6th inning for Cleveland. As we take a look at our AT&T Uverse rewind, back in the 2nd inning, he gave the Indians the early lead with an opposite field 2-run homer. I wonder, Rick, how many opposite field home runs you see to left field in this park? Because it's 383 straightaway left.
That was a poke. And that's just a good sign when you see Brandon go that way. Staying on the baseball. You know, he hit a line drive. Think about it in Tampa that went to the base of the wall yesterday. Hit one to left center that he drove that way. That's a good sign. That means he's swinging the bat. He's seeing it well. He's not pulling off of it. And he had a spell there where he was pulling off of everything and swinging and missing a lot.
Last time up, it was 0-2, and he was hit by a pitch, and then came around to score what is now the difference in the game.
Change up.
Yeah, it's raining pretty heavy right now. I don't know how long they're going to try to play through this. 1-2 pitch. I think the umpires understand, though, once you pull the tarp, it doesn't look like there's many breaks.
Well, and it is an official game.
At this point, it is.
At this point, as 5 innings are in there.
Moss down swinging. 1 away. And 6 straight now set down by Charlie Morton since the RBI double by Michael Bourne in the 4th inning.
Comes back with another changeup, and it's only his 2nd strikeout. But he gets the first out here in the 6th. Big play back in the 4th inning. After Moss was hit, Gomes hit that ball down the line. You're thinking it was going to be a double. But he was thrown out at second base on a nice play by Marte.
Carrasco looks like he's paddling a boat in the Indians dugout right now. He's serving as the honorary bat boy in the dugout.
Sanitation department.
Yan Gomes struck out on the 2nd. A base hit in the 4th inning. Low and away. And foul back.
Told you, Charlie Morton, he has gone 4-0 in this ballpark with an ERA under 2 coming into this game, 198 in his home starts. And it's only the 4th Pirate pitcher over 45 years to do that when your first 4 starts in an ERA under 2. Doc Ellis did it in 72, Zane Smith in 1990, and Tim Wakefield in 92.
What year did Doc Ellis do it?
72.
So I was going to think in 1990 when Zane Smith did it. In 1992 they made the playoffs. 72 I don't think they would have lost to the Reds if they did make it, I think. Let's take a look. That would prove to be a pretty good indicator, though, for the Pirates.
I didn't see where that ball deflected off of.
Just caught on the hip. Yeah, they did make it in 72, and they lost to the Reds 3-2. So, 2-2 pitch. There's a long fly ball, deep left field. Marte going back onto the track and makes the catch in the middle of the warning track. And I'm going to say the raindrops knocked that ball down.
We watched Gomes round first base. He took his helmet off. I think he thought he had one because he smoked it. That tells you how far it is going to left field for Moss the other way. He ends up catching it on the warning track right in front of the 383 sign. Watch Gomes. Are you kidding me? He can't believe it.
So 2 down now for Giovanni Urshela, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Chased one, and it's 0-2. Oh, a beautiful curveball dropped in there for a strike. And Urshela can't believe it. Just the third strikeout for Charlie Morton. The Indians go 1-2-3, and now suddenly he has set down 8 straight.
Friday, July 10th. It's the last series before the All-Star break, and you can save on tickets. If you buy a lower reserved or lower box by July 6th, you'll save 20%. This offering only available at Indians.com/buy early.
For Pittsburgh here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the pitcher due to lead off, Charlie Morton. I think they're going to a pinch hitter here.
They are. Looks like Lombardozzi.
Switch hitter goes to the on-deck circle. And there's Charlie Morton. Ray Search telling him his night is over.
Well, he's settled down. He really settled down.
So Steve Lombardozzi just 0 for 5. Got called up Sunday from Indianapolis. He was 4th in the International League in batting average. Takes a strike. Bullpen busy for Pittsburgh. The pitch and a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Trying to get him to chase, he wouldn't do it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lombardozzi, then Josh Harrison and Neil Walker due for the Bucks in the 6th. Ground ball towards second base. Jason Kipnis stays with it. 1 down. So to the top of the order, Josh Harrison, who is 0 for 2, twice has flied to right.
Third baseman, Josh Harrison.
Upstairs, ball one.
Had a couple of pitches up and in on him the last at bat.
He kind of open and off the plate and almost looks like he strides into it.
Well, he does. He picks that foot up, and that time he finds the hole between short and third. He does. He closes it quickly.
Harrison's first hit of the game. He's 1 for 3, and the Pirates have the tying run aboard with 1 out in the 6th inning.
He has the high leg kick, but he got that foot down. And then here comes the swing. It gets enough of it to find the hole. So that's only the 3rd hit now for the Pirates. And he's going out and doing a little groundwork over there in case you would think it's a tough track to run on. You got to be a pretty good mutter if you're going to run on in this type of weather, because they haven't done anything to the infield since it started. It's only been the pitcher's mound and home plate.
Well, he's got a pretty good throwing catcher behind the plate as well in Yan Gomes.
And 2 guys that can swing the bat that are coming up, Walker and then McCutchen.
Bangs it to first. Gomes has it. He'll go to second for 1. Back to first. Double play.
Wow, nicely turned.
Brandon Moss with an outstanding diving stop at first base, and then immediately went to second, made a perfect strike there. Back to first for the double play to end the inning. If Trevor Bauer got his foot to the bag.
Well,
Brandon Moss did an outstanding job to first catch that ball, Rick, and then no hesitation, right to second base with a good throw.
well, the ball beats him. Yeah, he got it.
That's
I think his toe is on the base on that look right there. I think he's going to be called out.
Foot's on, still on, catch, still on.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out. He was called out, and it's going to be tough to overturn. Here's an angle you can see. It goes into the glove. He's still on the base.
After review, the toe was inbounds.
Yeah. And that's what you're talking. See, that's quick. He's out. No doubt.
At full speed, it looks like the foot comes off the bag first, but when you slow it down, it's a good call, and the inning is over. 6 complete, 3-2 Cleveland. .com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T UVerse, has more channels on the go than cable. The Indians hold a 3-2 lead with the rain falling here in Pittsburgh. We head to the 7th inning of play. And Pittsburgh will go to their bullpen. It's the Cleveland Clinic call to the pen for left-hander Antonio Bastardo.
Well, Bastardo, I'll tell you, he gave up a 3-run homer to J.D. Martinez yesterday afternoon in Detroit. But prior to that, he has been very good. He was 7 straight scoreless appearances, covering 8 1/3 innings before that big bomb yesterday. That was the first run he had allowed in 15 games on the road this year. Coming on to try and keep it a 3-2 game. Entering the 7th inning, and he'll be facing Bourne, Bauer, and then Kipnis. So you got the 2 left-handers and the pitcher. And it continues to rain. It looks like it's getting harder now.
It does, doesn't it? Michael Bourne walked in the 2nd, doubled in a run in the 4th. What a difference a couple of months makes. If this is April, there's no way we wait this long because everybody's miserable. It's going to be cold.
Yeah.
But boy, in July, the rain, and half the people are sitting out there. It's like it's no big deal.
No kidding. They got the slickers out, and let's go with it. Well, think about when you were a kid. You always used to go out and play. I guess everyone's acting like a kid.
Nothing wrong with a warm rain in July. But in April, forget about it.
Ask Andre if he feels that way. I know we're covered. He doesn't.
Andre, how's that dry cleaning bill working out for you?
No, we have word. Andre
just went up a couple more dollars. Hey, I come from a football background. This isn't too bad, but it's been going on for 2 hours now.
I thought you were under the bus, waiting for us.
I'm going to be.
The 1-2. Bourne sends one high and foul out of play.
Yeah, he's got to sit. That's terrible.
Rookie mistake, no umbrella.
No, we're going to go buy him an umbrella for tomorrow and the rest of the year.
Now the 1-2. Bourne slaps one to third off the glove of Harrison. And it's a close play, but it got him by a whisker. 1 down.
Well, he made a nice comeback, did Harrison. He knocked the ball down. You can see his hand hit diving for the ball. And I'm sure it's wet, and I'm sure it's covered with mud. But by the time he gets it and makes a throw, he wipes his hand off on the grass afterwards, just getting Michael Bourne at first base. Nice play. All things considered, well, look at him. See that hand go down in the puddle, and the infield starting to get really wet right now.
Well, Trevor Bauer's third at bat of the night. He might be under orders, do not swing.
Yeah. You know, this is, you go back and you talked about it earlier. This was what it was like.
He's going to Mike Aviles. Oh, my goodness. That is outstanding.
Yes, he did. I don't know if Andre saw, but he just did.
He swings and fouls it back.
I think he wanted to go deep.
That was great. Now the guys in the dugout are catching on. They're all going to the. They want to go. They want to see more of this.
Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, he's got it going.
Look at Aviles smiling. He's loving it. He's critiquing him is what he's doing right now.
Not quite as good as Mike, but not bad.
Well, you know what? You can't be like that.
And a foul back.
He's just happy to be up there and still in the game swinging.
Well, he threw a little Kipnis in there in the Spurs tip back.
Right.
Right.
And Kip looked at me. He goes, people have been telling me my swing is ugly. That was ugly.
Well, now he goes back to the Kip. The man of 1,000 stances. Who did they used to call the 0-2? Swing a foul. Bauer gets a piece. Cal Ripken. Remember Cal Ripken? You said every time you'd see him, he had a different batting stance.
Yeah, he would change with, and Rod Carew would too. Cal Ripken, yeah.
Let's see what he comes up with this time.
This is a Trevor Bauer. He's tried those.
That's Rayburn. He's doing Rayburn.
Yeah, he did.
This is great. Low and away.
He took it for a ball. He's incorporated 3 different batting stances in this at bat.
Let's see somebody else.
Kipnis.
Back to Kip.
Well.
Now the 1-2. And he
What an
takes
eye.
it low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's having a great time. Now he's back to Aviles. He's pumping it. Ty Van Berkeley's got to be dying right now. In the dirt, a full count.
He's pulling a Frank Caliendo as far as batting stances
Absolutely
go.
he is. He's a modern day Rich Little for all of our older viewers. Going back to the Kip on the 3-2 pitch.
Well, this has turned out to be a pretty good at bat for him.
And he lines it. Fouled on the right side. That was nearly.
I got to tell you, for
extra
a guy
bases.
that doesn't hit, boy, he has not embarrassed himself at all in any game that he's pitched.
And remember, he's doing this in
he
pretty
had-
good steady rainfall.
He had a runner at second and third in his last at bat. He put it in play. It was at the shortstop. That's all. He's been able to put it in play. And what's happening now with that long at bat for him, that infield is getting wetter and wetter.
Going back to Rayburn. Upstairs, ball 4.
That's beautiful.
Outstanding.
I'm giving him a round of applause right there. Everybody should.
It took Jason Kipnis, Mike Aviles, and Ryan Rayburn, but he worked it for a walk. Mixed in a little Trevor Bauer and a free pass.
Too bad we can't use a little fantasy camp here. Let someone run for him and let him go get dry. That was outstanding.
Now Kipnis, who is 0 for 3, and he has grounded out all 3 times to the second baseman, Neil Walker. Unusual, and that most of his success this year has been up the middle opposite field. But Charlie Morton got him to roll over 3 times.
You know, you haven't seen that many times this year.
I think they're telling Pedro Alvarez, let's not worry about holding the pitcher on base.
That's what they're trying to do. Get him to play behind him with Kipnis, the hitter, up.
And a strike is called. He doesn't like it.
No, he didn't. He thought that ball was down. You know, don't help him out.
Jason came in 8 for 19 on this road trip with 6 runs scored. And a foul right back. So Jason down on the count of ball and 2 strikes. Oh my God. That girl right behind home plate caught that somehow. The ricochet?
No, it bounced and she dove for it. It was an unbelievable play. She left her feet to get it.
She's enjoying it.
She should.
Kipnis bangs it foul. Trevor Bauer, who drew the 1-out walk, is at first base. And a 1-2 pitch coming to Kipnis. In the dirt, nicely blocked by Cervelli.
Bastardo, he's your rain delay pitcher.
Boy, is he ever.
I know it's tough footing and tough going out there, but he is really taking his time. And he's not throwing a lot of strikes doing it.
7 balls, 12 strikes so far. In the dirt again. Bauer went diving back into second base.
Well, no,
back in the first.
You know what happened? He saw the ball being bounced in the dirt, so he was going to take off to second, and then Cervelli picked it. See, he was looking. That was a good secondary lead, but he gets back. He wasn't sure if he was going to throw it down there or not. I give him credit, man. He's playing the game. Not a boy.
He's having a ball.
Why wouldn't you? Get your uniform. How many pitchers you see with a uniform like that?
Not many. The 3-2. Kipnis with a foul back. Honest to goodness, can you think of another pitcher that you've ever seen dive head first during a game?
Not really. I mean, I'd have to sit back and think a while, but you know, we don't see pitchers hit. That's why we got to go back a long way. He's going to need 5 minutes to clean up.
He's going to have to go to the washroom.
Yeah.
The 3-2. Ball 4 just missed outside and back-to-back walks with 1 out here in the 7th inning. Here comes the pitching coach, Ray Searage, out to talk.
Well, look, in Trevor Bauer's at bat, that was the Mike Aviles approach on one pitch. There's Ryan Rayburn. He incorporated 3 different players, and then he had Jason Kipnis with the bat to go up, and he ended up making a walk or getting a walk in this at bat. It was a treat, and that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to watch. He's in scoring position now. You know, the only thing you think about is that he's been out there. He's going to be on his feet, standing a lot, instead of the dugout waiting to come and keep going. But
well, I'm sure Terry Francona's probably thinking he's only got maybe another inning left tonight, maybe.
Yeah. Well, you wait and see. In this kind of weather, you never know. He's done a great job to this point. They're going up in they're into McCutchen, Marte, and Alvarez when they come back.
Plus, Trevor's still, he's still one of those young guys that's got boundless energy.
Yeah, he's 24. You're right. It's not the energy more than just standing around and not being used to it.
Yeah. Francisco
you see a lot
Lindor.
of times when you watch National League Baseball, pitchers go out if they have to run the bases, if they have to do something athletic, you know, and they get tired. By the next time they go out, you see them all over the place. They're just not the same guys.
It always seemed when I was watching the game as a kid in the National League, if the pitcher got on base, they brought a jacket out for him. Keep his arm warm.
Believe me, I was waiting to see it here.
Now the 0-1 offering. Lindor takes, and it's a strike. It's 0-2.
Now I'm starting to see the sheen on the infield.
Yeah, it's starting to puddle a little bit in certain spots. And that could make the footing a little tricky.
Well, they'll probably come out after this inning and do some on the infield as well as the pitcher's mound and home plate.
Lindor 0 for 3 on the night. Lined out to the second baseman his last time up.
Good
and
pitch.
He's out on strikes after back-to-back walks. Bastardo strikes out Lindor.
Well, season tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. And today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Hargrove. You can visit Indians.com/season tickets for complete details.
Bastardo came from the Phillies. He had spent his entire career in their organization since '05. Last 4 full seasons in the big leagues. And a ton of appearances out of the bullpen. Brantley sends one sky high, shallow left field. Out goes Mercer. He gives way to Marte. And the inning is over. Indians can't take advantage of a couple of walks here in the 7th inning. They lead it 3-2. Time now for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. The start of the bottom of the 7th inning as the grounds crew tries to get the field under control from the elements. It has been raining on and off, as I said before, mostly on, and the water is starting to puddle in certain spots, so umpires are giving the grounds crew plenty of time to dry it out here before we start the bottom of the 7th. And while we have a moment, let's go back to the studios for a Mazda game break. Here's Al. That's too bad, man. If the Tigers lose Miguel Cabrera, that could be huge, though. Detroit, after being swept by the Pirates, began the night 39-39. Hard to believe the way they have beaten up on the Indians this year, if they're only a 500 club.
Well, they have a 7-0 lead now in Toronto in the 7th inning. But
Kansas City had lost 4 straight. Minnesota has split their last 10, so the Indians still have a chance to work their way right back into contention in this American League Central Division. Problem is, when you're fighting from behind, you don't have much margin for error. Although the Indians went down to Tampa Bay and played just about as well as you can in a 4-game series.
Yeah, the weird thing is we left home. I think we were 8 games out of first place. We went down into Baltimore. We lost 3 straight, and whatever happened, we were down to 12. Back of Kansas City. We stroll into Tampa. They went 4 straight. Houston sweeps Kansas City. Kansas City lost 4 in a row, and it was like, here we are back at 8. I got to tell you that they've done a nice job, this grounds crew, on this ballpark with the rain the way it's going. I'm surprised we haven't seen the tarp one time.
Here's the problem. It is pouring right now.
Yeah, it's going to get worse.
It's coming down pretty heavy. You can see it right there. Trevor Bauer is soaked. but they're going to try to continue. It's in the umpire's hands now. It's their call. Andrew McCutcheon to lead it off, and a breaking ball in for a strike. Horizontal break, 4 inches. Vertical break, -8 inches. They put that on the screen.
Yeah, I see.
Did you see that? A little bit low, 1-1. Good breaking ball, and you can see McCutcheon fooled by it.
That was a dandy. I mean, excellent spot. It started up high. It ended up at about the knees, and watch the swing of a guy that uncoils quickly. You won't see many swings like that from him.
Wow.
Now, it won't be much longer.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
It's really boring.
You know what? If they could get through this inning, they may just. It's crazy.
Well, it's got to be hard. You can see Trevor, after the last 2 pitches, called for a new ball just because he couldn't get much of a grip on it. A little bit high, full count. This is bordering a little bit on the absurd. He had 2 quick strikes on McCutcheon, and with the command he's shown all night long, he ends up walking.
Well, that's the first walk. You're right. That's the first walk by Bauer tonight.
You have to believe the elements are playing a role. In honor of this 4th of July weekend, Fox Sports proudly supports Folds of Honor and its mission of providing educational scholarships to families of military members who have been killed or disabled while serving our country. For more information, visit foxsportsupports.com. Maybe a double play ball. Lindor to Kipnis on the first. Called safe.
They may want to look at that one too. That was bang bang. Yeah, he's going to say, "Hold on a second, boys. Take a look at it." If they don't turn it, it's only because it was so close. It wasn't hit hard enough. They're looking for that pitch. He puts his head down, and it's a muddy track, folks. And there's the turn. Well, that's a tough way to tell right there, but no, they're not going to challenge.
So 1 on, 1 out for Pedro Alvarez. And Mark Carlson says that's it.
Well, look at the puddles on the field. They just came out. I'm surprised they waited this long.
Rick, I was just about to say, I know he's in a tough spot because of the information he's been given, which is it's not going to get any better. But at what point does he say, okay, now it's too much? You know what I mean? Where does he draw the line? Like, okay, now we pull the tarp.
Well, when you can't pitch and you can't throw and you can't field it, they're going to have to do a lot of work when it's all said and done. A lot of times, the longer you wait to put that tarp on, the heavier it gets once it starts raining. This is all too familiar. In this town it is.
From what I described several years back when the Indians came here. And this is the problem, as you alluded to. The tarp is going on an already wet field. So whenever they pull this tarp off, they've got a lot of work to do just to get the field ready for action again.
Yes, they do.
As well as these fields dry, and with all the modern advances we have, it's still a muddy track.
You know, I give them credit up until about the ground crew did everything in their power. But they can't keep going through this. That rain has been steady all game long. And I think maybe 20 minutes ago they probably should have said, all right, let's go. We played through this as much as we can. But it's crazy now.
But Mark Carlson is the crew chief. He was on your right there. Angel Hernandez, another veteran umpire, conferring with him.
And the radar doesn't look much better here. It's going to be around for the next couple hours. That's for sure.
So now the grounds crew, this is where it gets tough.
Yeah, you can't move that thing.
heavy, but they do a heck of a job. Looks like they'll get it covered.
Steel town, they'll get it done.
Well, the Steel City might rust with all this rain. 3-2, the Indians lead it. It is an official game. We're in the bottom of the 7th with 1 on and 1 out. We'll take a timeout. Right after this, we'll have more. Umpires are out. They're ready for baseball. Zipchinski still warming in the Indians bullpen, but he's done. He's ready for baseball. And so it's just a matter of getting Zipchinski to the mound, getting the Indians defense back on the field. And we'll be underway here in Pittsburgh with the Indians up a run in the bottom of the 7th inning. Starling Marte, who's a speedster, will be at first. Pedro Alvarez, big left-handed thumper, will be coming to the plate. Walked one, and that was in an absolute downpour in the 7th inning. And he struck out 3 batters.
Well,
He will be responsible for the runner on base.
That was a beautiful play right there. They wanted to think about making a call or a review on that play, but his foot was on the bat. And it was beautiful. So Fowler had a good night on the road again. You know, he took the loss in his last road start, but he has a chance for a win here. As Mark Zipchinski comes on, 37th time. And they have a right-hander back up and throwing in the Indians bullpen. So we don't know how long Zipchinski will be out there, whether it's for one hitter.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like McAllister's showing, so he may come in for Cervelli after the one hitter here.
We know that that's a common usage for Terry Francona with regards to the bullpen.
Yeah, well, it is with this guy, with Mark Zipchinski.
Meanwhile, Pedro Alvarez, he was the 2nd overall pick in the 2008 draft by the Pirates. 2 years later, he made his big league debut. Hit 16 home runs in 2010 in just 95 games. And then from 2012 on, he's been pretty much an everyday player. Back-to-back seasons in 2012 and 2013, he hit 30 and 36 home runs. 36 drove in 100 2 years ago. Last year, though, injuries, only played 122 games, hit 18 home runs. So from 36 to 18, home runs cut in half, and RBIs also almost sliced in half. But I think the big thing for Pedro Alvarez, and it may have affected his offense, was the fact that his defense went haywire on him. So the Pirates are hoping he'll bounce back. He's hit 11 home runs so far this year. And he's up in a key spot here in the ballgame. After a almost 2+ hour rain delay.
2 hours and
Alvarez jumps at the first pitch and fouls it back.
8 minutes.
2 hours and 8 minutes on the rain delay.
Yeah.
Alvarez has grounded out twice in the ballgame. And Zipchinski goes right at him with a fastball for strike 2. And the count is 0-2.
A little sinking fastball here by Zipchinski, and that was not a bad pitch. It was down, it was at the knees. He just doesn't pull the trigger.
And the 2-strike pitch is swung on and missed. He threw him away. Great job by Mark Zipchinski. 2 down here in the 7th inning, and here comes Terry Francona.
Just what we thought.
Like clockwork, huh?
Yes, indeed. He comes right back with another good sinker. He swings over the top of a good location. They were down. And a swing and a miss. So back to the mound comes Terry. He's going to go out to McAllister, make the move. So we waited. He did his job. Very efficient.
We've got a timeout. Indians on top 3-2. Performance after he went down swinging against Mark Zubczynski. So with 2 down, the new Indians pitcher is Zach McAllister, the right-hander. How about this? So they forgot to put the batter's box lines down. So now after McAllister's done with his warm-up tosses, they're going to come out and quickly line up the batter's box.
I don't know why you need it. People just erase it anyway. I mean, seriously, watch the hitter come up and watch it. If he starts shuffling those lines out of it,
well, he's going to get rid of his lines. Gomes going to get rid of the catcher's lines.
Yeah, it's
nobody
like,
likes the line,
guys. I mean, I know they have a job to do.
I wonder if this is the umpire that called for it.
Yeah. I know the hitters don't. It doesn't matter to them. They've got toe holds sitting out there anyway.
Let's go down to Andre.
Tell you guys one thing after we sat through that rain delay.
What's
the whole
that?
section behind our dugout is all Indians fans. Indians have just taken over this part of the park, basically, and everything that's happened. After the last out was made, Brian Rayburn looked at me and goes, "Are we back in Cleveland?" It's nuts. There's nothing but Indians fans all behind us. If you can hear them.
Yeah, I see them down there.
They've all stayed, and they're all ready to see an Indians win here, hopefully.
Did they bring you down a raincoat on?
One guy tried to give me a beer, and another guy told me for $100. His wife's giving him $100.
And you took it.
He wanted to rub my head first.
Andre,
I told him we'd have to split that.
I mean, really, what do you want more, a raincoat or a beer?
Beer.
Exactly.
I'll take 2 right now.
All right, so with 2 down, still waiting for the lines to be laid down.
This is unbelievable. Well, I'm glad they did that. Now I know where the hitters are going to stand.
All right, let's go back to playing baseball now. Hello, Adam's Family by the organist. I like it.
Lurch.
All right, now we're ready. Francisco Cervelli will step in. He's 0 for 2. He was called out on strikes in the 7th inning. He grounded out his last time up. Cervelli's still a young guy. He's only 29 years old. I think it just seems like he's older because he's been around a while. He made his first start in the big leagues at just 23 years old. He was the 3rd youngest active catcher to start a game that year. And what's interesting is that his first start, he caught a complete game shutout, CC Sabathia. And he was only the second Yankees catcher to do that in his first start. Thurman Munson.
That was going to be my guess. I was going to say Thurman.
Thurman did it in 1969, his first game in August of that year. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. He caught Al Downing's 4-hit shutout against Oakland. And wasn't Al Downing the guy that gave up Hank Aaron's home run?
Yes, it was. It sure was.
Zach McAllister.
74.
Trying to make quick work of Cervelli and the Pirates here in the 7th. And the 0-2. Oh, everybody on the Indians infield took a couple of steps toward the dugout.
Well, so did McAllister.
I think they thought it was struck.
He took a step. Watch him. He was walking. Oops. I got to stop now.
That's just a tad low.
Yep.
Cervelli, whose father was born in Italy, grew up in Venezuela, but he played for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic. The 1-2. And he just missed. Two down on the bottom of the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Starling Marte, fleet of foot at first base. This has been the slowest restart of the game. Now the 2-2. Got a piece of that. Down goes Gomes.
Got a solid piece of Yan Gomes. It looked like it got him on the shin guard. Sounded like it. Ouch. Oof. Well, that's a solid hit there.
And we'll try again as Cervelli awaits the pitch. It's out of an open stance. Marte takes off, and it's popped back out of play. Starling Marte has stolen 16 bases this year. And you got a good idea of his speed, because in the 7th inning, when he beat out that double play ball, he was running what amounted to mud down the first baseline.
Yeah,
and he was still flying.
Right, and it's still, I'm sure the conditions aren't that good underneath. I know they put on the new drying agent and made it playable, but it's still going to be a little sticky.
2-2. He holds this time, and the pitch is outside, full count. McAllister got ahead of him with 2 quick strikes, but he's been nibbling ever since. Runner goes on the payout pitch. He walked it.
0-2 to a walk. You're right. Puts the tying run into scoring position now.
It's going to bring up Gregory Polanco, who is 0 for 2. He is fouled out and flied to center. And that's not what Terry Francona had in mind when he brought McAllister in. He's going back to the bubble gum.
Yeah, and then some.
Polanco's got to be a curious case for the Pirates. He started out on fire this year. He batted .278 in the month of April. In May, his average plummeted to .226. In June, he batted just .200. So he's on a downward trend that is not good. Not exactly off to a great start here in July either. The pitch up high, almost to the backstop. Ball one. Gomes going to go out for a chat. He's missed on 5 straight.
Came right out of the chute and had Cervelli down 0-2, and he's had a hard time finding his own. As you said, he was nipping. And here comes Mickey Callaway. You know, you got to go out and talk to a guy where you come in and you got to pound the strike zone.
Yeah, and remember that runner at second base. That's Trevor Bauer's runner.
Yes. Yes, it is.
He's in line for a win if the bullpen can hold it. Brian Shaw is quickly getting up and getting loose in the Cleveland bullpen. Well, Mark Zipchinski came out quickly, did his job. He took care of Pedro Alvarez in the blink of an eye, struck him out. And then McAllister came out, threw 2 quick strikes to Cervelli, but stopped attacking. Now he's put himself in a tough spot with 2 on. He's got the go-ahead run in scoring position now, or the tying run in scoring position. Now the go-ahead run he put on base. Get a pinch hitter here or what?
No, this is Polanco.
Oh, okay. Swung out and missed. Oh, foul right back. Two on, 2 out, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Swing and a miss. He strikes him out to end the inning. We'll head to the 8th in Pittsburgh. It's the Indians 3 and the Pirates 2. and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. We go to the 8th inning here in Pittsburgh. The Indians lead the Pirates 3-2. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Pirates go to the bullpen. Right-hander Archimedes Caminero coming in. Caminero, so far this year, has appeared in 36 games. He's walked 12, struck out 39, opposition batting .216 against him. He came over from Miami in an offseason deal for cash considerations. He didn't get many opportunities with the Marlins. The last 2 years, he pitched in a total of 19 games after spending the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first 8 full seasons of his professional career in the minor leagues.
Wow. You know, he's paid his dues. Hitter's hitting only .216 off him this year.
That ball goes to the backstop.
Looks like he's got a live arm.
David Murphy, 1 out of 3. He singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. Came around on the homer by Moss, who waits in the on-deck circle. And Cervelli is 0 for 2 trying to catch the ball. The 2-0 is up and away. 3 balls, no strikes.
Well, he said he has issued just 1 walk in his last 10 appearances, covering 9 2/3 innings, but he's on the verge of walking his first hitter on 4 pitches here.
And he hasn't been close to the strike zone.
He looks like that ball is flying, and he could be a little while just from the way he's throwing it.
Bullseye over the outside corner. 96 miles an hour. Archimedes Caminero out of the Dominican Republic. Watch David Murphy on 5 pitches. And the Indians leadoff man aboard. Caminero's been at it a long time. He was originally signed by the Marlins. I told you how long he spent in the minor leagues. But he was only 17 years old when they originally signed him. So I'm sure they saw that live arm that we've already seen here.
Right. Well,
took some refinement.
It happens with some of the young Dominican players that you draft at 16, or you keep them down there and teach them. And
what's interesting to me, Rick, is that all those years in the minor leagues, he started a grand total of 4 games. So they always had him pegged as a bullpen guy.
Refine him, use 1 pitch and throw strikes.
Hard to believe with that arm that somebody would have made that decision when he's a teenager. So I don't know, he'll never be a starter. Let's make him a bullpen guy.
Well, you could always send him back, but I guess simplify.
Yeah.
Get him in there and maybe don't teach him how to throw breaking balls. I'm sure he's a fastball pitcher for the most part. Not seeing before. There was a fastball there, but now 0-2. Isn't that how it always goes? Walk the first guy in 5, and then the next guy comes up. All right, he's a little wild. I'll take one. Now you're down to count 0-2.
That fastball at 95 miles an hour up out of the strike zone. One-two pitch, missed down and in with it. That was at 99 miles an hour. So he's been anywhere from 95 to 99 with his fastball. I think I saw something off speed. I don't know if it was a slider or a changeup, but it was about 88 miles an hour. The 2-2. Yan Gomes waits on deck. Indians trying to add to a 1-run lead here in the 8th inning. If you've stuck it out, glad to have you along.
Isn't it funny? Even if you throw 95 to 99, they still put 3 guys on the right side. You know, you figure maybe he wouldn't turn on it as much. But he doesn't.
Well, he struck him out by taking something off.
One away. Had to be a changeup.
Sure looked like it.
Yeah, it was. It was a changeup, and it was in good location. Because you got to get it geared up if you're going to catch up to the heater.
Yan Gomes, a 1-for-3 performance tonight. Almost got away from Alvarez. He had to short hop that one. Well, maybe he didn't short hop it. Maybe it hit David Murphy.
Oh no! What a break that was. That ball was by Alvarez.
Sure
right?
was.
We didn't see that the first time. It catches Murphy's leg, or it would have been by him. He would have been to second base.
Missed outside.
There's the slider. You tell him, don't throw to first base. Just throw home. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're like that, you're going to give him an extra base. Murphy's not a base-stealing threat.
He's tried once this year.
Well, right. I can see if you've got a guy over there where you may want to throw over, but if you're not going to steal a base.
Gomes turns around that fastball at 97 miles an hour. But over to cut it off was Marte, so Murphy holds at second. 2 on, 1 out.
Yeah, I don't care how hard the guys can turn up the dial a little bit if need be. Look at that ball middle in, and Gomes turns on it, hits it to left field. That's his second hit tonight. He's 2 for 4. The Indians only have 5 hits.
Giovanni Urshela will be the batter. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Now this will be an interesting matchup here because it's a right on right. And Urshela, we have seen, you know, a lot of times in at bats, we've seen him sort of just stay inside the ball, and try to work it to the opposite field.
Well, I mean, you try and stay up the middle and go the other way. It shouldn't be hard with this fastball. It's just a matter of getting to square it up. I mean, because that's got some heat to it.
That was 98.
Yeah. See, and the shorter you stay with it, the better off you are, because the bigger your swing gets, you got a chance he's going to throw it by you.
Urshela with an 11-game hitting streak on the line as well. Make it 12. Base hit left field. Murphy has to stop at third. Marte again able to cut it off. But that is back-to-back line drive hits with authority. And for Giovanni Urshela, a 12-game hitting streak.
We're going to call him Han Solo because he gets that one hit a game. But that's all right. It's consistent. Keeps the slump away. He got that ball down a little bit, and that's what enabled Urshela to pull the ball over Harrison's head. So back-to-back singles. The 2 right-handers get it. Now comes Ray Series, the pitching coach. He's going to talk to him. Now you've got the number 8 hitter Bourne, but there's no room for error because the bases are loaded. And then you got the pitching situation. So you may see a pinch hitter here. Maybe Santana come up.
Rick, if
Bourne doesn't do anything.
If Urshela doesn't come to bat again tonight, that will be the longest hit streak with just 1 hit in every game in at least the last 100 years for the Indians.
Yeah, Rocky Colavito did it in 58, right? 11-game hitting streak with 1 hit per game.
Giovanni now 1 for 3 officially on the night, making his a 12-game streak.
There he comes. I had a feeling he'd be coming out on deck.
Santana will pinch hit for the pitcher's spot. Michael Bourne is the batter after the lengthy meeting on the mound between Ray Searage and pitcher Archimedes Caminero. I don't think anybody's up in the Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
pen,
there
right?
is. There's somebody way back under that 84 lumber sign. They're up on the top shelf. And I think that's why he stayed out there so long, is trying to get him ready for the next hitter.
Michael Bourne has had a good night. He walked in the second. He drove in a run with a double in the fourth. Grounded out his last time up. Bases loaded, 1 out on the 8th. Indians trying to break it open. It's ball 1.
Unless it's hit right on the nose at first and third, they're going to come home with it.
Right back up the middle, and Bourne delivers. Murphy scores. Gomes coming around third. He'll try to score. He will too. Michael Bourne delivers with a 2-run single to center field. And the Indians' lead is now 5-2. Bourne has driven in 3 of the 5 runs for the Indians tonight.
Yeah, that's a big hit. You get to the bottom part of that lineup, and what a nice job. Michael Bourne, I don't know if he got a piece of that ball going back up the middle. Let's take a look at it. It went right back up the middle.
No.
Yeah, no.
Yep.
It was clean into center field, driving in a pair. That makes it a 5-2 game now. Little insurance. Look at a big smile on Michael's face now.
But as you know,
double
Rick,
switch
as well as these ballparks, these new parks drain, when you're in the outfield, they've got that great tarp to cover the infield. You get a ball like that in center field, he might have on a normal condition had a chance to throw home.
Yeah.
But when he picked that ball up, it was probably slick.
No question.
And no chance to really get off a good throw.
We got the double switch now. Harrison going from third to the outfield. Polanco made the last out for them, so they're going to put the pitcher in that situation.
Timeout for a pitching change. It's the Indians 5 and the Pirates 2. Five-2 Indians, 2 runs in here in the 8th inning. Right-hander Jared Hughes coming on now to pitch for the Pirates. And the Indians will pinch hit Carlos Santana. A couple of defensive changes also for Pittsburgh. Josh Harrison, who was at third base, he goes to right field. And Jung Ho Kang comes in. He's at third base. It's all part of that double switch maneuvering. Santana this year does not have an at-bat as a pinch hitter. Hughes delivers.
You know, that hit by Bourne too. You know, they have struggled this year with runners with bases loaded situations, so that couldn't have come at a better time, huh?
Have they ever? Their batting average coming in was around $130 with the bases loaded. Santana taking. And it's in for a strike. Santana swing and a miss, and he's out on strikes, 2 down. Andre.
Yes, with the Pirates just having a double switch, talking to Terry Francona before the game, and asked him what's the big difference for him managing a National League game and an American League game. And he looked at me and said, seriously? And I said, yeah. And he goes, I'm more tired after I've got to do all these double switches to keep up with everything. So you think he's going to be tired tonight after everything we went through tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance. Not with a W, though, it won't be as bad.
Jason Kipnis with 2 on and 2 out. Kip 0 for 3, walked back in the 7th inning. Batting .345 on the year with runners in scoring position. Had a chance earlier back in the 4th inning, but 2 outs, could not deliver. Another 2-out opportunity here in the 8th. Down and in. Jared Hughes was a 4th-round pick of the Pirates back in '06. Down and in. That's backhanded stab by Cervelli.
Good hitters count for Kipnis now. 3-1.
Breeze is picked up, blowing from the left field foul pole toward the right field foul pole. Kipnis pops one the other way, out of play. PNC Park here in Pittsburgh. It was 76 degrees and cloudy at game time, but soon thereafter the rain began. It was off and on, but rather steady throughout much of the game until the 7th inning, when the umpires called for the tarp. Runners go. Pitch outside, ball 4. Bases are loaded for the 2nd time in the inning. And with 2 outs, the 8th man to bat for Cleveland will be Francisco Lindor, who is 0 for 4 on the night.
Well, the Indians have drawn 6 walks tonight. Or 7. I'm sorry, 7 walks to go along with their 7 hits.
Yeah, and even with all that traffic, they've gone 1, 2, 3, 3 different times in the game. Lindor takes, it's low, ball 1.
One more base hit here could deliver the knockout punch.
Right back to him. Hughes flips it to first, and the inning is over, but the Indians pick up 2 here in the 8th, and they lead it 5-2. Now to the bottom of the 8th inning. And for Cleveland, Brian Shaw will come on pitch. He's got the bottom part of the order. Brian Shaw, 1 win, 1 loss, making his 36th appearance of the year. He's worked 27 2/3 innings. 10 walks, 26 strikeouts. He's got Jordy Mercer.
Well, then they have a hitter. Because they double switched, right?
Yeah, I believe it will be Gong who will bat second this inning.
Yeah, and the pitcher goes in the Polanco spot.
Josh Harrison will bat third.
Right. Well, they're still having fun after a long night. The little one's tired.
Jordy Mercer with a couple of ground ball outs in the game. This goes foul on the right side. He came in 13 for 26 in his last 6 games. I mean, that's about as hot as you can get.
He's been on fire. Last 10 games, he's had 6 multi-hit games. He's been dealing.
There's a Pirates team that came in really on a roll offensively after their 3-game sweep of the Tigers in Detroit. They had 48 hits in that series. That's the most hits by a Pirates team in a 3-game series in almost a decade. You have to go back to 06 when they had 49 hits in a 3-game set against the Cubs. Shaw misses. It's low. Full count. But the Indians have limited Pittsburgh to just 3 hits in the ballgame. Foul back.
Yeah, well, if you're Brian Shaw, the last thing you want to do is walk the leadoff guy. So go at him, make him hit his way on.
Down the right field line, that's going to slice out of play and make its way into the seats. Right field and deep. Murphy back, makes the catch as he glides onto the warning track for out number 1.
He ran a pretty nice route to that ball. Put his head down, ran to a spot, looked up, and it was right there for him. He hit it right on the nose. Friday, come out early to Progressive Field for $2 Budweisers and Bud Light. There are cans in the right field district when the Indians host the A's. Go to Indians.com.
Jung Ho Kang. His first at bat of the night takes a strike. From South Korea.
Popped him up. It might stay in, maybe. Moss over? No, out of play. Young signed as a free agent with the Pirates this offseason. 4-year deal. Swung on and missed. Brian Shaw strikes him out. 2 down. Top of the order, and Josh Harrison. Harrison 1 out of 3 on the night with a single.
There you go, little slider. Pretty good spot down below the knees. He ended up starting that swing, couldn't hold up. Shaw gets his first strikeout.
Back out of play. You know, it wasn't just the 3 games at Detroit that the Pirates had been swinging the bats better. If you go back their last 7 games, 6 times they had 10 hits or more.
You know, when offenses, and you see this from a lot of different clubs in both leagues, that when their offenses go on a streak like that, they put a lot of W's together. You know,
yeah.
And
especially when when you have good pitching.
Yeah, when they're second in the league, National League, they pitch in ERA, so they're a very solid pitching team. But those teams that get hot offensively, I mean, they're fun to watch because when you score runs and you pitch pretty good, you look like you're unbeatable. It's when you don't hit, no matter how good you pitch, sometimes you still look like a bad team, even though you're pitching well. It's amazing what a couple of key base hits will do for an offense and how well you look.
Harrison goes down hacking. Good job by Brian Shaw. He mows him down 1, 2, 3. Here we'll go to the ninth. 5-2 Cleveland. Well, then your birthday's turned out pretty doggone well, minus the rain delay of 2 hours and 8 minutes. Time now for our play of the game, brought to you by Pat O'Brien Chevrolet and Michael Bourne. With not 1, but 2 hits to drive in runs tonight. An RBI double in the 4th and a key 2-run single that opened it up in the 8th.
That's the big one right there. That bases loaded, base knock, 3rd consecutive hit there in the 8th inning. That padded that lead to make it a 3-run lead, go from 3-2 to 5-2. So Michael with a good night offensively.
Jared Hughes, who came on to get the last 2 outs of the 8th inning, stay on here for the 9th. Michael Brantley is 0 for 3. He walked back in the third. Back out of play.
Remember, we started the game and we noticed with Morton on the mound, the starting pitcher Charlie Morton, they had 3 guys over on the right side of the infield. Now it's back up to just about a straightaway set.
Yeah.
Maybe because they know Morton can locate and hit his spots.
Almost picked off one of his teammates. Somebody went sprawling.
That was Lindor, I think.
One-two pitch. Brantley shoots it foul down the left side. Cody Allen getting ready in the Cleveland bullpen. Missed inside, 2-2. Another foul ball by Brantley. He does not go quietly, regardless of the score, regardless of the situation. Like every hitter, he'll make some outs on a pitch or two early in the bat if he gets a pitch he's looking for. But
what you're trying to say, he never gives away many at-bats whatsoever, and that's what a lot of hitters do at times. They give away a lot, but Michael's not one of them. That's what you find out when you're a young hitter, how many times you can go up there and you forget your plan. You just go ahead and try and put it in play. Never seems to be that way with Brantley in the box. When you get runners on base, and it's even stronger.
Just missed outside. See, he maintains that eye at the plate.
Yeah, he didn't fish after it, did he? Very easy to do. You know, you've been here all night.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch.
Yes, it is.
And he ends up drawing a walk, I think. Is that ball 4?
I thought it was. That's 4. Yeah. Michael didn't know. He was locked in.
He was.
Yeah. There you go. He was locked in.
He wanted to hit.
Right fielder, David Murphy.
Pitch is outside. Well, at Fenway Park tonight, the Houston Astros continue to show they are no fluke. They scored 4 times in the 10th inning to beat Boston 12-8. That gives the Astros 48 wins on the year.
That's incredible. People knew they had a lot of young players and they would be a little better, but they figured them. And I remember we opened up the season there. They were talking about them being, if they finish 500, they'll be fine. You know, remember that?
Yeah.
That'll be a good year for them. Well,
and I remember a lot of people saying, oh, no way they're going to make it to 500.
Right.
2-1 pitch. Murphy bangs it to Alvarez. He goes to second base for one. Back to first. A double play. Nicely done by Pedro Alvarez, who seems to have overcome the throwing problems that plagued him over at third base, because he made a perfect throw down to the bag at second to start that double play.
Yeah, just give your guy a good feed. Mercer, the shortstop, takes it, and he comes right back with it. Good feed, good throw, nice turn.
With 2 down, Brandon Moss, the batter. He didn't mean to, but he fouled it off, and it stays foul.
Oh, boy, that would drive you nuts if that thing just trickled out in front of home plate as a fair ball. And they tag him without even leaving the batter's box. I think he's smiling at that thing. Are you kidding me? Just hit it. And Cervelli's going to say, hey, there it is, fair ball. He was looking straight down at it. That was close.
This one is going to stay fair. And it's botched by the Pirates, and Moss is safe.
Well,
I think Alvarez in his haste wanted to keep it fair, and he might have batted it instead of fielding it.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. That's got to be an error on him because, I mean, just sit there and put your foot on the base. Oh, and it did take a bad hop. I will say that on him. You see that ball hit? I don't know if it hit a spike mark or whatever. It took a bad hop. Watch it. See it go up? Although when he was running up to try and pick it, if you sit back and wait for it, I think you had a little better chance at it. But
yeah, at first
he played it into an error.
I thought he batted it forward, but it just kind of handcuffed him on a tricky hop. So a base runner with 2 down for Yan Gomes, who smoked a single to left his last time up. He's 2 for 4 tonight. To center field, McCutcheon on the move, runs it down. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th in Pittsburgh. It's the Indians 5 and the Pirates 2. Look back at our Wayside Furniture keys to the game. Bauer was terrific. Unfortunately, Mother Nature stopped him because he had only made, I believe, 74 pitches when the rains came.
Right, he could have kept going.
And keep the bats hot. Well, Moss got him started. They haven't hit a ton tonight, but they've hit timely hits. That's the most important thing.
Yes, they have. They've gotten them when they've needed them. They got the lead early. They added on, and then Pittsburgh made their little comeback. Then they added on again. So, yes, they did exactly what they've had to do. You get 5 on the board, that's their number.
Cody Allen will try to notch his 16th save of the year. He had 3 save opportunities all of June.
That's something, isn't it? Yeah, they didn't score a whole lot. They went through that drought offensively. They had the June swoon.
Mike Pachta tells me this is only the second back-to-back save chance for Cody Allen. He went May 19th and May 20th against Chicago.
It's hard to believe.
He's got a chance to do it here after saving the finale in Tampa yesterday. Cody has the tough part of the lineup. Neil Walker, Andrew McCutchen, and Starling Marte. And it's a little bit outside for ball one. Tell you how crazy baseball is and how hard it is to really predict week to week, day to day. John Danks shut out Baltimore for 7 innings, gave up just 5 hits today. And the White Sox beat the Orioles 1-0. Wow. Danks was 3-8 going into that game. He lowered his ERA to just below 5 with that performance tonight against that lineup.
Yeah.
After what they did to the Indians
Yes.
last weekend in Baltimore. That's why I say sometimes you don't know what to expect. You think you know?
No, you
don't.
never know.
The 2-1. That's hammered pretty well down the left field line. Slicing foul right in front of the pole.
Wow, that thing carried very well also.
Tribe fan right on the aisle. Right place, right time. Got Michael Brantley's back.
Didn't you say earlier, a Tribe fan caught Moss's home run ball?
Yeah, he did. He might need some ice for his fingers after that grab, though.
No, if he stayed out here through all this, that's no problem. I'm sure he's iced down.
I think the guy that caught the home run ball had a glove. We believe that's him, sitting there in the front row. 2-2 pitch. Again, trying to go the other way is Walker, but it's out of play. Take another look at the home run. This was Moss's home run just beyond Marte and the guy in a Cabrera t-shirt. He caught it and then sat down quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. And then the Pirates fans are beating him up. Look at him. Oh, man. Swing and a miss. Walker down on strikes. 1 away in the 9th. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It comes your way next here on Sports Time Ohio. Andrew McCutchen, 1 for 2 on the night. His 2-run homer, the only runs of this game for Pittsburgh. Missed inside for ball 1. It's been a season to forget thus far for Milwaukee. They're in last place in the NL Central, but tonight they beat up Cincinnati 12-1. Carlos Gomez hit a grand slam in that game, and the Brew Crew has won 6 in a row.
No kidding.
They're trying to climb out of the cellar. They picked up a full game on Cincinnati. They're only 4 back of the Reds. The Indians will see both Cincinnati and Milwaukee
Right after
coming out of the break.
Yes, sir.
Two balls and a strike to count on Andrew McCutchen. And he chops it foul. Just missed there.
Pretty good take on that curveball. That's one that's so easy to go after. Boy, he just started. He picked it up. Let's see in the baseball early as a hitter. That was a tough pitch to lay off.
Just above the belt. Couldn't quite square that one up. McCutchen and Starling Marte here in the bottom of the ninth. He walked him. McCutchen with his second straight free pass on the night. That will bring up Marte, who is 0 for 3 on the evening. Terry Francona's going to bring out the trainer, James Quinlan. Nope. Cody waved him off. They obviously keep such a close eye on the pitchers. Sometimes it's almost the slightest little hitch, either in their delivery or something that they react to afterwards, and man, they are on it in a hurry. Popped him up, but out of play. And if they don't see it in the dugout, it's the catcher that picks up on it.
Yeah.
He'll call him out.
I mean, well, they watch these guys day after day after day, and they know them like a book.
You know how many times have we seen that, Rico? A guy will deliver a pitch, and then he'll just give the slightest sort of raising of the shoulder. And, rabbit ears go up, and out comes the trainer. Now, maybe that's because they know ahead of time he's been dealing with something.
That's true, too.
So they're extra attentive to that.
Nice pitch.
Marte in the hole, 0-2. Yesterday in Tampa, the Indians punched out 19 Rays batters. They've struck out 8 Buccos so far tonight. Make it 9. Down goes Marte, 2 away in the ninth.
Well, it comes on a curveball. And that one was out of the zone. He got him to chase it. Now he's got Alvarez for the 27th out to see if they can get it. Right here.
Out of play on the left side. Channel, let's go Tribe from the Indians fans behind the Cleveland dugout. They represent the largest contingent of folks left here.
Well, I think Andre's leading that chant. He's with them.
Almost to the backstop. It's 1-2. Remember back in your day, the I Hate the Yankees.
Yeah. Pete Franklin came out with those.
Bring those out.
They hated them because they always beat us.
Here's the 1-2 from Cody Allen. And a one-hopper to Kipnis from the outfield grass. He sets and throws, and Moss stretches and makes the catch to end the ball game. The Indians take the opener by a final score tonight of 5-2. And the Indians have now won 5 in a row. It's their longest win streak since they won 6 straight this year back in May, which is a season high. With the victory, the Indians pulled within 3 games of the 500 mark at 38-41. The Pirates, meanwhile, have their 3-game win streak snapped. They go to 45-34 on the season. Trevor Bauer gets the win. He's now 7-5. The save to Cody Allen, his 16th of the year. The loser, Charlie Morton of Pittsburgh, he falls to 6-2 on the season. So for an Indians ball club that has never won a series here at PNC Park, always important to get game one.
Well, they did it now for the second straight series. They went into Tampa and they did it. And, you know, when they do it on the road. They've done it 6 times. Well, they have a chance to win it. They've been very good on the road. It was a nice win. Trevor Bauer came out and he continued that role that the starters have been on, gave him another nice opportunity. The Indians took an early lead, and they added on, and they just get solid pitch, and they only give up 3 hits again, Matty.
Yeah.
1 hit they gave up left the yard, so there's not much you can do about that. Another well-pitched game, and they scored 5 runs. That's a pretty good combination.
Well, the cynics might say, okay, they did what they did against Tampa Bay. They don't hit much. Well, they did it tonight against a Pirates team that had been
was
about
hotter
as
than anybody.
Yeah, exactly. So a good win for the Tribe. They take the series opener, game 2. We'll have it for you tomorrow, late afternoon, 4 o'clock first pitch. Our coverage begins with Indians Live at 3:30. For Rick Manning and Andre Knott, I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for Indians Live. It's coming up next.